Hai guys, hari ini kita stream genshin karena valorant lagi susah banget. Mau ngerjain quest Arkon. Ya ampun, udah berapa lama ya nggak ngerjain quest Arkon. Genshinnya dianggurin. Terakhir main quest Arkon tuh yang kayak drama-drama gitu loh di pengadilannya.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. Everyone's so busy.
Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede.
Oh, kita udah keluar dari
It appears
penjara,
that
guys.
you've managed to complete all the
That's right. And we came here to see you.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description,
Oh, ternyata
have occurred in any
quest terakhir tuh
ordinary
yang
waters,
di
but rather
penjara bawah
something like the
tanah, bukan
primordial
yang
sea.
di
A whale of that
pengadilan
size-
itu. Ih, lupa banget.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have got. Yes? What is it?
What was the tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
Poisson.
After the...
The water levels rose.
Poisson.
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much...
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential... I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Let's go.
Please
Let's
be
go to
careful.
Poisson. Poisson. Go to Poisson. Poisson. Oh, Poisson tuh yang di bawah tanah itu ya? Yang tempat Melusine gak sih? Oh, bukan deh. Yang tempat Navia.
Oh no. What happened here?
Lah emang selama nggak gini? Kenapa? Rough shape. Oh. Oh iya deh, sepi banget.
Navia should be around here, right? We need...
Look for Navia in Poisson. Novia, where are you? Di bawah kah? Enggak di situ. Ya ampun. PR banget. Skill issue nih. Kirain di bawah, ternyata di atas. Itu siapa di atas? Lagi kesakitan.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Disaster victim.
Look, there's someone on the roof.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance. All right. Just hurry.
Ada apa ini, guys? What happened, ayah naon?
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree.
Kenapa ini?
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Ada apa dengan Poisson, guys? Continue looking for Navia. Navia, where are you, Navia? Lihat mana sih? Oh, di bawah situ. Kita ke bawah. Jatuh dong.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It
Mm.
caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Okay.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How bad?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it,
Water started pouring out from everywhere.
Water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
Oh,
Those
orang-orangnya
who realized what
menghilang.
was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Ampun sedih.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help
Bang Genshin Juan. Valorant sedang tidak baik-baik saja. Kita main yang chill-chill dulu. Is there anyone? Yeah, we're here to help.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Where are Melis and Silver?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a...
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Father's grave.
Right now?
Thank you.
Ya ampun, gak bisa dong. Quest location occupied by other quests. Repot, harus ngerjain yang lain dulu dong. Expand. Ya udahlah, kerjain cepet aja. Ini ke atas ya berarti ya? Bukannya bisa dilanjutin tanpa ngerjain quest lain ya? Gimana caranya ya? Gimana caranya ya? Kayaknya bisa, sebenarnya bisa nggak sih harusnya? Tapi nggak ada tombol apa-apa untuk nge-skip quest ini. Ya itu story quest, nggak tahu karakter apa aku buka-bukain anjir. Ya udahlah nggak apa, kita kerjain bentar aja. Oh ini quest story-nya Lini.
Sorry.
It's been a while, Lynette. We're working as Linny's temporary assistants in the...
Thank you. It's good to...
So, what's the situation? Have you seen...
Nope. I've been here a while, and she's still...
How bizarre. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting.
Udah, nggak bisa deng. Oke, kelarin dulu. Bang, cepet bang. Aku mau lanjutin
Excuse me,
Archon
good
quest.
Gemma, you mean Caesar's?
I'm just trying to get a hold of...
Yeah, she does. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here. I asked her what she was doing once. She knows he's gone, and
She's been doing this?
I'll bet. I don't know if the mind lived. If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Anyway,
Gemma
all that
siapa
said,
lagi
well,
Gemma?
that's everything I know, I'm afraid.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this.
You're welcome.
Gracia, Gemma siapa?
Did you hear the news? They're
There's
saying the Phantom Weasel...
You're kidding.
anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. But what if? Just hypothetically, I mean.
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down,
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursed?
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but
Phantom
we're actually quite
Weasel.
interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom.
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him. I was right up close.
I saw him perform too. Sometimes he even got the kids to write their. He doesn't. But after he died, there were also rumors that he used, as I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about.
Whatever the case, now that the weasel is back, I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared. No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar,
So that's Gemma.
Gemma.
Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait, it looks like. Hi there.
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
Galak banget
My
Onti
name
Gemma.
is Linny, and this is my sister
Dan
Lynette.
galak-galak Onti Gemma.
name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lived, you knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you.
I never believed that he was the weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember
No.
Ah, panjang banget.
Got it.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want.
Panjang sekali story quest ini.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely.
She's lying. She definitely knows.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed. In any case,
Oke, udah bisa belum? Ya ampun. Masih belum bisa. Kita percepat. Jam berapa tadi katanya? Wait until next morning, cenah. 8, jam 8. Ketemu lagi dengan Onti Gemma. Oh, ini udah quest Navia ya? Oke.
Given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Legend Vala, aduh, Vala sedang tidak baik-baik saja. Kita main genshin dulu. Ya ampun, Navia nangis.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
No.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and they were caught in the seawater.
No. Sedih.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long, and I know they weren't afraid. But I couldn't least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Oh,
Everything looks
flashback.
so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Jadi Melas sama Silver gak ada jenazahnya karena dia
But
menghilang.
when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
Sedih.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
Sedih.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine. So, everyone...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And the overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of a... Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes!
They're heroes.
Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Arlecchino.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinate. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster.
Disaster.
It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never...
So, you're one who will...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information... My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rest.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task.
Are you sure this will be okay?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they...
Oh! That somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider...
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Go to some ruins, let's go.
May I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing.
Tuh, kalau sedih jangan galau, guys.
And being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me.
Tetap semangat, jangan bersedih. Susume, just keep going on.
A distraction to keep my mind off.
Shouldn't this company right now? We can.
Since you put it that way,
I have no objections.
What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
Right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Let's go. Rendezvous with Lini. Bukan. Kok ke situ? The Magician's Secret. Ini quest yang mana? Bentar. Questnya kecampur-campur. Meeting is also parting. Go to the ruins. OTW ke ruins ya guys ya. Oh, di bawah situ dia. Wih, itu ujungnya fontaine. Kelihatan tuh. Piramidnya Sumeru. Apakah kita akan ke bawah tanah? Oh iya.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Let's go in.
Careful.
Place of Secrets. Pakai part yang mana ya? Ini aja lah. Bukan tim skip ya. Kalau Archon Quest aku nggak skip Jon. Salah satu alasan utama aku main Genshin tuh untuk Archon Quest-nya sih. Motivasi utama aku main Genshin. Jadi kalau udah kelar Archon Quest udah aku nggak main Genshin lagi. Aku nunggu Archon Quest baru. Valorant. Nantilah, Vala sedang tidak baik-baik saja. Sumpah musuh main Valo tuh jago-jago semua anjir. Enggak sih, emang akunya aja nge-skill issue.
Moment of birth. Gather.
Anemo Healich Rule. Ayo lupa sama banyak skin di Valo berarti di Genshin Wear enggak. Di Genshin aku adalah free to play player. Jatuh. Jatuh. Anjir lagi baca chat. Ada Healich Root lagi.
Stabilize.
Sumpah serius. Akulah si pemain free to play itu.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
PNG yang lama kemana? PNG yang lama masuk bengkel. Baby and Rose. Ruby and Rose. Sumpah. Sorry aku minus Ruby and Rose. Iya, aku inget namanya dari lagu Lavi and Rose.
And it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this
Ya,
situation.
bye-bye Navia.
I'll leave this to you.
Navia nggak bisa ikut. Kalau ikut ntar dia menghilang juga.
Complicates things.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for...
Oh, dia nggak apa-apa, dia ikut. Nanti dia... Oh ya, kita nggak masuk air ya.
No, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Terus ke... Oh, lewat sini. Open door. Terbukalah pintu. Aku mau masuk. Wow, what is this? Kenapa gak pakai Bu Ojan aja daripada Jana? Bu Ojan siapa? Siapa itu Bu Ojan? Mau jatuh. Kabur. Kabur. Ah, tidak. No. No, Navia. Ya, dia beneran tenggelam. Oh, Bu Ojan itu Farus. Aku belum nge-build Faruzan anjir. Jadi partiku itu party dari awal banget. Kayak dari tahun lalu deh.
Demoiselle.
Kok tiba-tiba dia terbangun?
What are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes,
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Apa ini? Flashback kah?
Right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Something is a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine.
Emang Faruzan bagus kah? Oh, belum sempet nge-build dia. Oh, kan dapat waktu itu dapat siapa namanya? Yang itu tuh. Yang pakai topi warna biru. Aduh, lupa lagi. Skaramus. Karena aku dapat Skaramus, terus aku dapat Faruzan juga. Katanya kan partinya Skaramus sama Faruzan bagus. Tapi aku belum sempet nge-build lagi.
Oh, Miss Navia. Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver too.
Kit dia emang support anemo bisa ngurangin anemo res musuh. Oh, alah.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized.
Apalagi C6-nya, waduh. Khusus untuk Weller aja ya guys ya itu mah.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom.
Flower
I don't
seeds.
know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Did you
Itu
cultivate
kayak di
them
dalam
yourself?
air nggak sih,
Thank you
bergelombang-gelombang
so
gitu?
much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett.
Very well.
Wait.
Something seems to be off.
Seems to be off. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not... That's right. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing.
Oh, jangan-jangan ini orang-orang yang udah
But your name seemed
menghilang karena primordial seawater.
when I was discussing things with your husband
Belum ngerjain Archon Quest sejak 4.1. 4.1 tuh yang mana ya? Terakhir yang mana itu, Cuan? 4.1 jangan-jangan masih di Sumeru. Kayaknya masih di Sumeru nggak sih 4.1? Apa udah di Fontaine?
We do? Like what?
Well, now...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the opera house.
Ini Melissa yang di ini nggak sih?
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the opera house?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so...
41 udah Fontaine. Oh, yang baru masuk Fontaine kan? Pas pertama air penghilang orang Fontaine. Oh iya ya, tahu. Ini nih yang apa tadi Melissa itu kayak orang itu nggak sih?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her.
Si orang yang di pengadilan itu. Yang jadi tersangka.
Sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. And as for the judge... huh? Where's Mr. Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I...
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Lupa namanya.
It wouldn't be allowed, but today...
Nggak, tapi ini apa ya?
What kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you
Master Callas' successor.
The head of the Spina di Rosula.
Someone held
in high regard by every... After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just
Ini
like
mimpi
Master
kah?
Callas had. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right.
You have helped someone. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being... Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here.
Huh?
You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying?
What are you saying?
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but...
Stand here like this. What is here to discuss?
Well, if that's...
How wonderful!
Aneh banget.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember...
This trial is...
Wait just a moment.
This isn't right.
Maloose?
What was that, Mr. Maloose? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia!
Guilty of what?
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
Oh.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit.
She has never been tied down by anything.
Indeed, even the death of...
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extended... Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the
nations
nation.
of
Even if Miss
Hydro.
Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
Ini biar dia
Everything is
terjebak
measured here
di
in the nation of Hydro.
primordial si water selamanya
When
nggak
a
sih?
unanimous opinion emerges, that
Nggak tahu,
opinion
sotoy kita lihat aja deh.
just now I speak for everyone.
Our opinion is
Our
consistent.
opinion is
Navia should stay.
Navia
We
should
and
stay.
Navia are
We
one.
and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Apa ini tiba-tiba ini
Your
kenapa?
justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Demoiselle,
Silver, it hurts.
are you okay?
My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged?
Yeah, the majority.
And in the nation of trials, don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver.
Must you
Must
be
you
so stubborn?
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
Duh ini, aduh lupa lagi ini siapa ya?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Ada New Villette.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the
Itu si cewek yang make ayat primordial nggak sih? Iya. Dari apa Archon Quest sebelumnya.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Ih, aneh banget. What just happened? I don't understand. Ada apa dengan Navia?
No, wait! Just a second!
Dia bangun lagi.
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Wih, ada New Villette.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
Ternyata cuma mimpi,
The
guys.
ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you.
Two Oceanids
It was only for a
protecting
moment,
you.
perhaps even a fraction of a second. But they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become oceanids?
Perhaps those two oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Jadi orang-orang yang meninggal jadi
Quite
oceanid.
all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat
Oh,
about.
itu namanya oceanid. Iya. Baru ingat. Oceanid.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Sejwin sends her regards.
Sejwin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has...
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sejwin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sejwin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. And I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about.
Awkward.
Let's chat about some... So, Neverlet,
Yes, of course.
this isn't going anywhere.
Iya, kok tiba-tiba dia bisa di sini ya, Neverlet?
How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I
Oh, jadi udah dikasih tahu sama
They had
Arlecchino.
even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have...
I hope Navia can get back on her feet.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Let's go, lanjut.
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Oh, hey! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Come with the bee.
Wind, hear me.
Tebel banget sih nih.
Witness my great undertaking. Useless. Burst forth.
Ini ada chest nggak ya? Nggak ada. Biasanya tuh di ruin-ruin gini suka ada chest yang ketinggalan. Terus nggak bisa balik lagi. Jangan jatuh dulu. Lihat mana sih? Kocak. Ya ampun. Jatuh dong. Balik lagi dong. Kocak. Ya. Aduh. Pakai elemental sight biar kelihatan. Oke. Skill issue anjir, udah lama gak main Genshin. Kirain langsung naik gitu, ternyata harus ke kanan dulu. Kabur. Wah, ini tangga hancur lagi nih. Lari. Yeay, ada chest. Kalau nyari chest pakai elemental sight. Oke. Bentar.
Feel this ancient power.
I swear by my sword.
Disappear. Here. Worthless. Worthless. Here. Boring.
Apa ini? Oh, itu adalah lift. Wih, kita naik ke atas. Apa nih? Wih. Wih, sejam.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
Dung.
Sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't
Nggak jauh-jauh banget. Kalau jauh kayak nafasku habis. There seems to be something on the wall. Wah,
Stone slates.
ada gambar purba.
They were put here as an offering. Could we take them down?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below.
Reason dictates.
Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this...
Celestia kah?
What is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
And only the Hydra Archon will remain.
Weeping on her throne.
Yes, they do seem to match. Wih, ngapain nih? Membaca masa lalu kah?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely
Due to the missing first slate.
I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Jadi misi kita mencari slate yang pertama sepertinya.
Paimon's getting the chills just looking. This says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
I guess what you mean. The issue is the order of the third and the fourth image.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the water drowning Fontaine, comes before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
The order is reversed here.
Second image also could concerning. What sin are these people in the image confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does
Egeria.
match the records.
Who is Egeria?
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
Farina?
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here,
Oh,
so let's head back
kita akan
first.
ketemu Farina,
Get
guys.
somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created this slate doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Yeah, dapat quest. Dapat chest. Precious chest. Abis. Kita keluar dari domain. Keluar dari runesnya. Bagus tempatnya. Kayak bakal balik lagi gak sih nanti?
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
Rest well,
Traveler,
everyone.
I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily. Which
Gak
makes it all the more
foto-foto
my
kah?
duty to ensure that she understands.
Enggak lagi, gak foto-foto tadi. Gak apa-apa lah.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then.
Aku jarang loh foto-foto, kecuali kayak yang bener-bener wow, so beautiful gitu.
I will be carefully considered.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right.
Navia and Nevelet both depart. You and Paimon head to Spina de Resula base at Fleuve Cendre.
We're finally back.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too. Navia, no. Ooh, dessert.
Ooh.
Nice. These are all Paimon. Paimon's already starting to forget.
Oh.
Kok ada Mona? Ini Mona gak sih?
Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
Mona, what are you doing here?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Same question.
Mona?
Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Huh?
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise...
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait!
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your mother's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it all...
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist.
Oh enggak, bentar. Ini Archon Quest apa Story Quest?
I know, right? That's just how she is.
Soalnya tiba-tiba ada Mona, aneh banget.
Actually, but when she took me in, she changed.
Talk about obsessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname.
That sounds terrible. But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oke, iya, oke.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure.
Oh enggak, ini Archon Quest sih harusnya.
Fontaine, right?
I know you're not a local.
I'd avoid getting too close to it. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Could you help me get in touch with your master?
All right, I'll help you. It isn't.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive...
Bye-bye, Mona. Goodbye.
Quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks! Huh. That
Bawel Paimon.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of... But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Go to Neuvillette Ovis. Okay. Let's go to Pella Memoria. Assalamualaikum.
Useless.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go...
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
Aduh, berantem.
It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Farina.
You mean they're all...
Oh, dia baru tahu.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin.
If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
Should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Apa sih? Farina?
Well, since you know about
Tengil
my
banget.
secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
Okay, Hydro
Just trust in
Archon.
me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
She's making excuses.
Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's
She
up with her.
seems deeply
She
troubled.
was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing?
We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious.
So we
and
must take a chance on this. In that case, we will not help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. Ngajak siapa kita untuk menginvestigasi Furina?
Well, that's everyone, huh?
Siapa
Speaking
nih?
of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster,
Oh,
so it's
Lynette.
presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Remini.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Series
Well,
of traps.
it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Hunting.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker, if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing...
Calm and steady.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the... But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now...
How would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
We're gonna hunt
But we shall require
Farina.
much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Chlorine hunting metaphor was just a metaphor. Then you and Farina reach such a dire stage. Okay. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. This is what you will need. The stage of fate. Go to the Spina di Rosula base. Okay, we are going to the Spina di Rosula base. Dimana sih? Kita teleport ke sini dulu aja kali ya. Di bawah. Lewat sini bisa nggak ya? Terus kemana? Ke bawah nggak sih? Ke sini nggak sih? Oh iya, kocak. Padahal bisa teleport di situ ya.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
Pretty fired up,
I
huh?
thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't did you just pour some tea? Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Hah?
Who's that voice?
Tehnya berbicara, guys.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Siapa nih orang?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky,
Siapa nih
fear
orang?
that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
There it is again, fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Ini orang siapa anjir? The unexpected news when you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna, how have you been this past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are
That's right! Paimon's
yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I... Huh?
Oh, masternya Mona ya? Yang tadi ngomong
Goodness
di...
gracious. Are you serious?
Itu... Di teacup. I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really...
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True. Her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Bye bye, Mona. See you later.
Feels kinda moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Let's go touch grass.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to...
Go to newsstand. Teleport ke sini. Ini apa lagi nih?
Over here.
Hello, Lini.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now.
Ya, ini malah.
I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us.
Tidak.
We need a contingency plan.
Malah kena story request.
Today we'll be looking when Caesar before long. I had to pull.
No. Aku mau ngerjain Archon quest. Kita terbang aja lah. Biar nggak kena story quest lagi.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. Let Paimon see.
Oh, ada nama kita di itu. Di koran.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy.
White fairy.
It is said that this mysterious traveler once...
Paimon is not a fairy. Paimon is food.
So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
World Walker.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Tidak. Quest location occupied by other quests. Aku mau lanjut Archon quest. Aku tidak mau mengerjakan story quest. Hotel de board.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing two.
My apology.
Oh, forget the pleasantries. Just
Skip.
sit.
Skip.
Get a load of this
Skip.
Much obliged.
Skip.
Yesterday morning, I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure.
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the.
Please, sir, no.
Possibility the weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows.
Oh, sir, my
Skip.
pride.
Your pride.
I want to find
Skip.
out.
What would that accomplish?
Uh-oh. This
Skip.
Renzo? Is that?
Another day.
Oh, come on.
If I wanted your.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I.
Oh, this is your. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend despite being.
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of.
Skip.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to
Bisa nggak
investigate
sih
this ring,
langsung
be
di
my
skip
guest.
aja semuanya?
But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces and.
Totally. He's gotta be
I think so too. That guy Edmondo's.
Udah bisa kah? Aduh, belum lagi. Kita masih harus lanjutin story quest ya guys ya. Find Edmondo. Edmondo, where are you? I wanna continue my Archon quest.
You okay there?
Oh, I say wait.
So he was.
Hey! Don't go
What kind of.
Don't even. That's not.
Skip. Skip.
Don't say anything and don't look back.
We're here!
Ya udah Archon quest kah ini?
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't ordered
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it a...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
So, jadi tim skip kah? Tim skip hanya untuk story
Are you going to buy
quest.
cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Untuk Archon quest anti skip.
That's right.
Kita
Even
mau
he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for
menonton
me,
lore-nya.
I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that.
Dari tadi bukannya story
Still,
quest.
even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep
Dari
me
tadi
from
tuh
having some
Archon
today.
quest, terus tadi kan balik ke
It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able
balik
to
ke
eat
apa?
tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on.
Balik ke
That's what people
fontaine.
call living, you know.
Terus mau jalan ke lanjutan story questnya, tiba-tiba ketemu sama Lini. Harus lanjutin story quest dulu.
Oh, you know Siege Ring?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to...
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in.
You share a glance with Paimon and snarf down the cake.
More delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Leave Hotel the Board. Bentar, ini apakah masih Archon Quest atau Story Quest? Nah, ini Story Quest nih. Kita udah bisa lanjut Archon Quest. Repot ya. Harusnya nggak asal pencet-pencet Story Quest, buka Story Quest. Jadi nggak bisa ngerjain Archon Quest dengan tenang. Bentar. Go to the Steambird. Ayo aja masih langsung. Bagus Juan. Jangan di unlock, bikin repot.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You got some nerve!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I said, it's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior...
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you.
So you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. So she mentioned me? What did she...
She said that you're a real...
Nice.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and...
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course.
Oh, in that case, we'll just...
Oh, so that's a yes?
Splendid.
Splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue. Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye, Charlotte.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
If the world is gonna end tomorrow, what would you do today? I would eat mie ayam for the last time.
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
It's best to do what you enjoy.
This nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person. And then do you know what I do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Yeay. Kita ke air. Kita ke laut. Ih, udah lama banget nggak lihat laut, oi.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow.
Ih, Paimon nih overthinker banget ya, sama seperti aku.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
What would I like to do? It's just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodation and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at the Fleuve Center. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well.
Feels like it'll grow molded. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
So the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
Small-scale riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless,
Maaf dulu ya Cat Otsu Juan. Thank you ya udah mampir.
Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full
Selamat
maintaining order
istirahat.
and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Good. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Bye-bye Isadora. Isadora the Explorer.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective's done you some good. Looks like those detective novels have had an effect on you.
There's not a moment to lose.
Poisson, here we come. Let's go to Poisson.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Siapa itu? Apakah itu Farina? Oh iya benar ada Farina. Dia sedih.
That's Farina, right over there.
Shh.
She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now, Paimon. Jangan berisik.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving.
Liar.
Process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson.
Gila dia pura-pura terlihat fine outside.
Their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Ih, kok dikejar sih Farina?
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Kejar-kejaran. Ngumpet. Ya ampun, main kucing-kucingan.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine,
suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that...
Kenapa tuh?
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
Hmm.
But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Verena finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourself as Verena slowly calms down.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Oh, dia mulai membuka diri
I
Verena.
once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Semangat Verena, jangan patah
That's
semangat.
enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously.
Gila dia ini.
How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the
Punya dua
whims of
personality
trivial
kah?
prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually...
We're running out of time. We can just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Rena, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. You have to trust people. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Yeah, story time. Let's go. ini trap. Oh my god, this is a fucking trap. Padahal kita baru mendapatkan kepercayaannya Furina.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
Ini kita travelernya nggak terlibat dengan plan ini kan? Ya nggak sih? Kita juga dijebak nggak sih?
May I interpret these words as your refusal
Apa
to
kita
stand trial?
masuk dalam rencana itu? Ya ampun.
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Kok tiba-tiba menyerah?
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you.
Protect you, protect who?
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
Oh, kita beneran ikut ngejebak dong kalau begitu.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
Oh, I see, I
That's
see.
right. That house was a magic box rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Arenes. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that, we deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hope that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
What did
Madam
Farina...
Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
It's a super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House.
Wah, kita
That's one for the history books, all right.
main sidang-sidangan lagi.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette.
The whale in a dream. You saw a child floating in the sea in a dream as well. Navia falling into seawater. Oh, the protection of the dead members of the Spina di Rosula prevent her from resolving. Oh, jadi harusnya Navia itu menghilang menjadi air tapi di protect sama orang-orang Spina di Rosula yang udah meninggal. Okay.
There's no need to just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed... Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Weh,
Instead,
kita
I
ngomong
would like to
finally.
charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Fauchelor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon, because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Verena exactly? Special? Why can Verena live for so long despite being she's human? Irrelevant. The Nuvelet believed child to be innocent, the oratress judged him as guilty in the end, and even Verena didn't know why. Ini nggak bisa deh kayaknya jadiin proof. During the diplomatic meeting with the knave, she revealed that she had already probed Verena on her own, and believed it is possible that not only is Verena not really the Archon, but that she is actually afflicted with some sort of curse. Ini bisa deh kayaknya deh. Pakai yang ini. Iya, pakai yang the meeting with the knave. Objective. Objection.
Another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
So Verena, instead of an Archon, could you just be cursed? Could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Verena is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and God.
Wah.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Verena actually has no control over the Oratrice at all, or any young child.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need...
Lady Verena, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Verena. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then, Miss Verena, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision? Ayo, Verena.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human... Ini gak sih? Jadi iya deh, kayaknya yang ini deh. The truth behind the serial disappearance of a young woman case.
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Ooh.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve.
Jadi Verena either harus ngaku kalau emang dia human atau
I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
iya kan, mengaku bersalah.
Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us, which...
Wah, dia turun. Verena?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey! She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Oh, dia ngecek.
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... you...
Verena can't have not known the consequence of touching that water as a human. This is too unlikely how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
Poor Farina.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Kenapa nih?
Anything she says at this point will sway anyone. Just too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
No.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Terus kalau guilty terus apa?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is
not guilty?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh. Wow.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via death sentence.
What? Death sentence? Hukuman mati?
The death sentence?
Anjir.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
What?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
Gak ketebak
This
anjir.
outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon. Tapi Farina, kalau Farina katanya bukan Hydro Archon, berarti siapa Hydro Archonnya?
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
What does this
What
mean?
does this mean?
Apa maksudnya?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Ini ngapain nih frame ini?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Oh, ini Stone Slate yang pertama. Apa nih? Gambarnya. Itu Hydro Archon. Ya kan? Terus dia megang kayak bola-bola sama ada orang di depannya. Apakah itu Furina orang di depan itu?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Oh, itu Oceanid. Oh.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
Hydro Archonnya di mana dan siapa?
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paima will do her best to help you remember.
Select to check the description on the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slates contents in the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fontaine water level in the menu interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. The real events related to the prophecies on the prophecy slate.
The slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
The Oceanids turned into human. Okay.
Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paima wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
The stone slate in the rune showing the prophecy the first page it seems to show the former Hydro Archon using divine power. Verified truth. Yang mana ya? Enggak, bukan ini. Ini ya sih berarti bener
We
ya?
know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
The stone slate in the rune showing the prophecy describe a history of the future. This is the second slate. It shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. Yang ini ya? Yang child gak sih? Oh, bukan ya? Ini.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia as recorded on the stone slates.
The Hydra Archon who was sentenced to death. A sentence never before passed in the court of judgment has been handed down to the Hydra Archon. Just what kind of sin merits such a verdict? Ini ya, berarti yang Navia gak sih? Soalnya dia kan sempat tenggelam.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Prophecy slate. It shows a scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Fontanians will eventually be dissolved into the sea, and the Hydra Archon will sit alone on her throne and weep. Ini.
That doesn't sound quite right.
Yang New Villette kah?
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into
Oh iya
society.
benar.
But not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
Jadi, Fontanians itu adalah oceanid yang disihir menjadi manusia, begitu?
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Verification complete.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Masuk akal.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids. Oh.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratries judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts that the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Ih, sedih banget profesinya.
Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Good job, Paimon.
While you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Oh, I see.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Same, bro. Kalau gue jadi dia, gue juga akan melakukan hal yang sama, anjir. Shock gak sih?
We can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order? What is the 3rd slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Huh?
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea.
Gue gak
The
ngerti.
nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
No.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Wait, could it be... What? Gue gak inget. The ultimate proof. Just what is the true source of
This
the
eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Root cause of the disaster. Ini yang child gak sih? Yang mana? The Well in a Dream.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Apa nih? Oh, tidak. No. Oh. Itu paus yang primordial sea gak sih? Wow. No. Oh my god, child. Ada child kiss. Wow. Balik lagi dia. Oh, jadi child itu sedang menginvestigasi soal primordial creature itu ya. Wow.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
I'd wager that it's also the one that child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean by it's too late?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Ajay.
So
The power of
prophecy will be
friendship.
fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Ini mirip suara Furina gak sih? Wait, but if this all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even the prophecy will be fulfilled, that there will be still a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Verena. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? Apa nih, tiba-tiba Oratrice Mechanic Danelosnya bergerak?
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Death sentence to who?
Marina!
No, I
Sorry,
still need
Mega.
answers.
Oh, apakah travelernya ikut? What's that? New Village sama Fossalor. Ini siapa namanya? The Real Hydro Archon?
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Fossalor. You know, the god.
Okay. I am speechless.
Fossalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Gue bingung.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Okay.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
Okay.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
Jadi Farina ini ya Fossalor tapi kayak bagian naifnya dari Fossalor yang dia jadiin bentuk tubuhnya. Jadi Fossalor tuh selama ini ada di dalam diri Furina ya nggak sih, gitu nggak sih?
But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Rencana untuk menipu the heavenly principles.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Fossalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Kasian banget Furina.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Poor Furina. Kasihan Furina. Furina. I came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that oceanite at the Fontaine of Rosine. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? Oh my god, she's so alone. Furina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment, that's probably isn't Furina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Let's go, kita ngobrol sama Furina guys. Inner self-nya Furina. Ini sepi banget sumpah. Tim songnya juga sedih anjir. Hello Furina, are you okay? We're coming here to talk to you. I hope you don't mind us talking to you. Ya nggak bisa ngambil foto lagi. Udah lanjut lah.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask... All right, right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Itu tulisan yang di atas. Apakah curahan hati terdalamnya Furina?
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? Have to find a way. Turn off all the spotlights.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Witness my great undertaking.
Barbados, guide us.
Stop! Please, I'm trying to save Furina.
Live.
Ini matiin ini terus
What gives? The
bisa langsung dimatiin aja
still
nggak sih?
watching me, you know. Guards,
Oh nggak bisa
where are
lagi.
the guards? Guards!
Duh, lagunya sedih banget lagi.
Evil conquering. Worthless. Here. Worthless. Here. Worthless. Boring.
That's all the spotlights turned off. In Verina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket. When did that end up here? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Verena. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Verena. Oh, kita jadi Verena. Wow. Kita jadi Verena, guys. Kita berjalan ke kaca ini. Apa yang akan kita lihat di depan kaca ini? Kita menjadi aktor ya guys ya.
Verena. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you? Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you. Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be? Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
Oh, ini cerita tentang gimana Focalor menciptakan sebuah beings bernama Verena.
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today.
Bentar, guys. Interview. 10 menit doang anjir interview. Oke. Besok siang kita ada interview lagi.
How to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like.
Gila, itu berat banget beban Furina.
Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends.
Oh, ini pas dikasih kutukan sama Fosseler, Furina nggak bertambah tua.
But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2. As accession speech, Furina. Apa nih? Yes, we're walking toward the throne. Oh, ternyata ada tangga di belakang ini. Kirain bisa langsung naik gitu.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Pause politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house,
would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self. Here, you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be the scales of justice. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Wow. Scene 3, Opera House, Verena. Ini kasur dia. Ini tempat dia belajar. Ini rak buku juga. Ini tempat dia kerja.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these. Besides, none of these trials.
If I may be so impertinent.
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to.
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties. The trial.
Terus kita ke sini. Ke rak buku.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood. Oh, I'm all right. Deuteria, is it?
He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I.
Oh, good.
Guys, kayaknya bentar lagi kita tidur deh, guys.
If this should happen again in the future.
You're such a gentle and wise god.
Ini udah ngantuk parah sih. Masih lama nggak ya Archon Quest-nya?
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it.
Well, as I understand it...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm...
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all.
Sekarang kita tidur. Aku ingin tidur.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. Alright, Farina.
Oh, itu hari pertama dia sebagai god. Sebagai aktor.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already.
Lady Farina,
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near...
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
I don't think
Gila.
anything slipped today.
Jadi dia bertahan hidup hanya untuk berpura-pura kalau everything will be fine selama 500 tahun. Gila.
Don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 1 itu berapa lagi nggak tahu.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame.
And what a fine family yours is. What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice.
Capek nggak sih lu, Furina?
This must be
Kasian
the
banget ya
overflow
lu.
of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Ya ampun, kasihan banget, sumpah.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Kasihan.
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Kasihan dia suffering as a human. That's too much of a burden.
Farina. You don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start.
But even if your burden doesn't, just share it with a witness.
And if Tevat is in... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
Apakah dia mau open up atau dia tetap menyimpan itu di dalam diri dia sendiri?
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Kasian.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have... It seems that, trusting humanity...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the oratories, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice.
It is,
in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Huh?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the oratories take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Maksud lo, Sailor, death sentence-nya di sini.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratories. But really, Some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Anjrit. Gelo.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others.
Mau bahasanya Focalor ini berat banget. Gue nggak ngerti. But okay.
At this point, we, whether it be myself,
I'm still
or
trying to
all
understand
other
with
Fontainians,
my
have shouldered
2
the
brain
burden
cells
of
left.
this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last, I now understand the true purpose. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here.
Aduh.
For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
No. Anjir, merinding. Sumpah. Oh my god. Oh. Wih, New Village.
I, Eudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Oh, wow. Gila, merinding, bro. Sedih. Such a tragic ending, bro. Gila ya, Archon Quest Furina ini kan udah dari lama banget rilisnya. Aku selalu mencoba buat menghindari segala macam spoiler apapun. Yang aku tahu tuh emang Furina itu bukan godnya, tapi ada kayak Siva Salor itu, tapi aku nggak tahu kalau ceritanya ternyata setragis itu. Kasihan, merinding.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Iya, your Hydro Archon baru saja melakukan death sentence. Sedih.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with
Masih
it.
lanjut kah ini?
Through certain means,
Archon Quest
we now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
All-devouring narwhal.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Habis nggak sih ini harusnya lanjut ke Archon Quest yang Arlecchino? Iya nggak sih? Oh enggak. Oh, is this the last? The last part of this Archon quest? Gimana cara ngalahinnya?
My best to separate the power from my holes from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Look for an opening. Ini. Is this an opening?
Gather. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Wait, hear me.
Gila gede banget. Merinding gede banget. Destroy the Noma usia. Ow, 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 ow.
Resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Berarti harus serang pakai elemental ya? Ini. Terus ini gimana? Wow, what is this? Wow, the music is so cool. Sumpah musiknya bagus banget.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Duh, gua gak ngerti lagi gimana cara pakai pneumonia apa itu lah, gak ngerti.
Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Burst forth. Feel this ancient power. Disappear.
Gila musik bosnya seru banget. Keren. Hah? Siapa ini? Siapa nih orang? Who the fuck is this woman?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Apakah dia anggota Fatui? Tapi siapa?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said
Skirk.
earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you...
Oh, dia masternya Child.
managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all...
Miss Skirk?
The point...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed it, so what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi? Siapa lagi itu?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Rindudotir.
Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Rhine-daughter. Oh, bukan Rindudotir, tapi bacanya Rhine-daughter.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Enggak kan udah di... Ini gak sih curse-nya sama... New Village? Udah di cancel curse-nya? Tetap tenggelam kah Fontaine? Oh, tetap tenggelam Fontaine. Wow.
All hands initiate emergency rescue. Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
Karena si pausnya itu udah di-seal, jadi airnya udah nggak berbahaya lagi kan? Jadi orang-orang Fontaine nggak akan berubah jadi oceanid.
Look, the water's receding.
Terus Furina di mana Furina?
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Furina.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Wah.
The Solo renewed. The Spina di Rosula attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di... Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to... Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Julia and Navia? They sound like real big...
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
Gila, bagus banget Archon Quest-nya.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your
Aku
well-traveled
pengen
eye.
cepet-cepet beresin Archon Quest yang selanjutnya. Mau lanjutin Archon Quest yang Traveler. Oh.
And that's exactly why I'd like... Oh, this time will be different. Come on!
New quest, final, go to Poisson. Apa itu Tears Among the Stars? Tears among the stars, a drop of water obtained from within the colossal beast who cultivated the primordial sea of life. Aduh, panjang banget, males bacanya. Tapi ya, intinya itu something very precious. Ini masih ini kan? Masih Archonnya Furina kan, Archon Quest Furina kan? Bukan Archon Quest baru kan?
Oh, it's you.
Hey,
I'm here to update my...
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snejovic. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours, but if you don't mind...
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible.
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarant?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already...
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the...
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up and smile.
Wih, selfie. Cekrek.
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. And also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Menamatkan.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now, and tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Go to the Fortress of Menamatkan. Aduh, nanggung pengen kelarin tapi kayak ini udah jam berapa? Pengen tidur. Jam 12.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Halo malam Yipa, welcome.
I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sigeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sigeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot. Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Head to the Maritime Harbor. Masih panjang kah ini version questnya? Banget, thank you. Ini turunnya kemana sih? Bisa langsung turun ke bawah aja nggak sih? Oh bisa ternyata. Lompat aja lah kita. Udah 4 jam. Iya makanya lumayan juga. Bentar lagi mau off sih setelah ini selesai. Lanjut nanti next stream. Nggak berasa 4 jam. Lagi ngejar quest apa lagi chill aja? Lagi ngejar biar bisa ngerjain quest Arkon yang paling baru itu lah, yang Traveler.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
Tapi nyantai aja.
It's a wondrous bag that can be
Yupa
used to
main
carry
genshin
many
juga kah
things.
Yupa?
The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing—
Trick a friend?
I wonder which of my friends would fall for that. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Aku juga jadi ngabisin quest cara dulu. Baru Archon quest dan ya kan?
Help you make some more friends.
Pengen ngerjain Archon questnya Dance Life.
Could I have your
Ya
contact,
udah
please?
ngerjain kah?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this.
Belum.
He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Lagi nyelesain ini ya, quest caranya. Quest karakter.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Ngerjain pelan-pelan aja biar ngerti.
Every journey begins with the first step.
Okay.
He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Aku pengen ngelarin ini 4 jam aku ngelarin urgent questnya Furina.
Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of
Terus di akhir-akhir aku kayak udah nggak bisa ngerti anjir.
Father says that you did a great deal during the
Tapi bagus banget urgent questnya.
She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore,
Aku
Father
dulu
did
banget.
also lend
Kalau kamu
significant
tuh
aid
tipe
to
yang
Fontaine and Poisson.
merhatiin lore atau enggak, Yupa? Kayak asal, kan ada orang yang kalau main genshin tuh asal selesai gitu. Fokusnya nge-build karakter gitu. Ada juga yang kayak fokus sama story-nya. Kalau aku sih tipe yang main genshin buat ceritanya sih.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Menamatkan a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Pertama main sih pokoknya keliling, asik muter. Pas arc Yue nyadar apa tuh?
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must
Penting
wear
buat
many
baca atau ngikutin lah.
Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things.
Bener sih.
No one truly knows what the future holds.
Kayak biar nanti kedepannya pas kita ngerjain quest yang berhubungan sama lore utamanya kan biar kita ngerti juga nggak sih?
Good things
Nggak
cannot be
kayak
achieved
ngangong-ngangong
alone,
haho
and you've
hahe.
proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision. All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Tapi kadang kalau aku terlalu kayak capek banget buat ngikutin lore tuh, aku ujung-ujungnya nonton lore di YouTube atau kayak baca-baca dari Google biar bisa ngerti gitu loh.
If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magician. The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall...
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met. I guess this must be life. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going.
Udah kelar kah? Kita ketemu Nevelet dulu. Kirain udah kelar. Berarti Yupa udah ngerjain quest sampai ini dong, sampai yang paling terakhir itu ini ya sih, questnya Arlecchino. Ya enggak?
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Berarti yang ini udah lewat ya, yang lagi aku kerjain ya?
Think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Alright, let's have it then.
Ini ada klorin, Furina juga. Ah, berarti masih panjang dong. Aduh, udah kayak harus lanjut besok deh habis ini.
So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of
Ini gak usah buru-buru deh.
and restored your power to you, transforming. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from disaster.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control.
Berarti masih ada klorin sama Furina ya? Habis ini ya? Kirain udah beres. Ya, make sense sih.
But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to... In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next step on my journey, langsung aja to the point.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Ah, mau Dedi tapi mau Furina
I'm
juga.
afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Belum punya dua-duanya kah, Yup?
You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying... There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I have no more question.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had. We guessed that there might be some reason.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui. So regarding this specific issue, I was just... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You heard.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in.
It's quite a novel
I'm
blend.
sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what...
Of course, you should have the remains of the third descender on your person.
Third
Yes.
descender.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Dilihat-lihat di
According to your
Fontaine banyak
parlance, I believe
shit.
it may be called a gnosis.
Aether.
Well, that much is true.
Ya kah?
After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her
Aku
gnosis
nggak
to me.
ngikutin soal ship-ship
But I
gitu loh.
fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
Dia aku nggak begitu tahu soal kayak ship-ship. Ship-ship gitu.
To possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that. If you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Next time. You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Dua aja sih kayak deket Furina sama Navia. Jadi Aether tuh di ship sama Furina sama Navia gitu ya. Si Navia kena friendzone.
Whether it would prove useful or not.
Itu dari mana ceritanya? Ada story quest ya kah apa gimana?
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check
Di
it,
in-game.
which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
Dari
If she
ininya ya.
speaks the truth,
Dari
then I would simply be
dialog-dialognya ya.
putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk.
Mention one of them. I'm the fourth descender. Probably this information means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to descenders. And two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even
Padahal
enhance
cocok sama
elemental
Navia di
abilities,
story Navia.
do indeed come from the third descender.
Sama-sama blonde.
I wonder, does your
Cocok
body also
sih
possess
emang.
similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
Terus berarti Aether di story ada juga di story questnya Furina gitu, kayak dialog mereka yang kayak bikin di ship sama orang-orang gitu.
That's what you say, but this topic's still... Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his...
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
Ya, sudah.
She sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
Oh, belum.
Was that...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Wah, udah beres. Finally. Gila, 4 jam kita ngerjain quest ini, Masquerade of the Guilty. Bedtime Story, Archon Quest Chapter 4, Act 6. Enable Focus Experience Mode. Ini aja nih, enable. Quest Archon selanjutnya. Aku buka banyak banget story quest ini, yang gini nih, tapi nggak aku kerjain. Jadi tadi pas ngerjain story quest Furina sempet bentrok-bentrok sama quest yang lain yang kayak gini-gini nih, sama questnya Linet. Questnya Lini sih, dia menumpuk ya kan. Begitulah. Tapi aku nggak kepengen ngerjain story questnya juga gitu, mau langsung ngerjain Archon quest juga. Ya udah, kita off stream dulu guys, lanjut next stream buat ngerjain Archon quest selanjutnya. Thank you yang udah nonton, yang udah mampir. Thank you juga Yupa udah mampir pas udah mau beres. See you next stream, bye bye.